Yeah, dear all professor, we will start our session at 10 a.m. sharp. Please convey this message others to join the session as soon as possible. Dear all, we are waiting 5 more minutes for others to join and then we will start the session. Only 15 participants are here. Good morning, dear all professors. My screen is visible to you and my voice is audible to you. My voice is audible to you, dear all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah. So in today's session, we will discuss about some important Python libraries, and these are this session. So we will talk about NumPy, Pandas, NumPy, Pandas, media exploratory data analysis, and data visualization. And in second half, we will discuss about the supervised machine learning. And yeah, so this is our, we will cover this in 10 a.m. to 12. And this will cover second half from 12:45 p.m. to 2 p.m. Yeah. So just now the participants are here. Yeah. So now we are starting the session, today's session. So as I said, we will talk about the some important Python libraries, and these are NumPy, Pandas, Matplot, Seaborn, and EDS. Okay. So one by one, we will see, we will understand how it works. Okay, and how we will do data analysis with Python. So yeah, we will start it with very basics and go to the details. Okay, so if you talk about like this first Python library. Okay, so just as a Python libraries, we have many libraries, but we will cover it one by one. Like as I said, these are some basic libraries, and yeah, scikit-learn. We will also discuss scikit-learn, Keras, OpenCV in our further sessions. Okay, OpenCVs, and yeah, if time permits, we will also discuss TensorFlow. So this is all basic libraries we will discuss in our FDP, and why these libraries are needed. We know very well these libraries are is a combination of small program, and we can directly use that particular functions and program for our extensive and complex data analysis process. Okay, so like we are starting with this basic libraries. Okay, NumPy, Pandas, and EDA and data analysis. EDA is included both the NumPy and Pandas. So the EDA is exploratory data analysis, and then we will see how data visualization is we will do in Python. Okay, so it is all these things are very simple. One by one, we are just seeing that. So, like if you talk about the NumPy, so like it is a we can say it stands for numerical Python. So what does it mean? Like for suppose if you want to perform any numerical operation, any complex numerical operation, so here NumPy Python library is most suited. So as its application are or what NumPy stands for numerical Pythons, and its most library. Its basic function is what? It is mostly and widely used for numerical computation. Like for it is also good for mathematical background professors. Okay, and we can do various operation and calculation on multi-dimensional data. Okay, so like suppose if you want to calculate the a vector, or like if you want to calculate a determinant of 3 by 3, so manually we can calculate. But if you want to calculate a determination for 5 by 5, or for any other order, okay, so like 6 cross 6 or 7 cross, so manually it is not possible, or it will take time. It is possible, but it will take time. And what are the some standard data, different data types, like uh, means in which pattern your data will come, so we will see it one by one. Okay, so yeah. Now, yeah, just I am confirming my voice in video is audible to you, dear all. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, is it audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So like NumPy, as I said, it is used for numerical computation, or we can say it is a numerical Pythons. Okay, we can use as only as a numerical calculation with Python. Okay, and where we can use it, yeah, we can perform its mathematical and logical operation on arrays. We can use it on Fourier transform as well. We are not taking example here for Fourier transform, but we can use it in Fourier transform as well. Okay, and for Laplace transformation, for Fourier transform, for linear algebra operation, and any kind of random number generation, we can use our NumPy Python library. Okay, so this is a basic syntax to call NumPy library. So whenever we are trying to call NumPy library, we need to write import its name NumPy as NP. Okay, you can change it NP according to your convenience, but in general, NP as a standard, NP is written. So once you run, yeah, so it is created, and whenever you will use as a NumPy library, you need to use just NP, so it will work. Okay, so how we will one by one, just we are seeing how step by step. In step one, we are trying to create an array. So how we will create an array using NumPy library. Okay, so what we will do here, so we will just collect some or generate a basic data types of a given length, and its syntax is what? NumPy dot array and object, which order you want to create. Its syntax is NumPy. So instead of NumPy, we will write NP array and object. So for how much length you want and which type you want. So just see how we will do it. So yeah, I'm expanding my screen so the things will clear to you. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is the basic code for NumPy, like using NumPy library. How we will generate an array. So yeah, its syntax is NP. This is NumPy library, and we are generating array, and this is our object. So yeah, we have written as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So and then we are just printing the array one by one. Yeah. So yeah, it is a it will display an array 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and if you want to check its type, okay, which type of is it? So yeah, it is n dimensional array. Okay, and if you want to check its data type, so which type of data type is it? So it will give you the integer 32 bits data types. Okay, so this is a basic like we can say this is a basic array generation using a NumPy library, or NumPy Python library. Here we will deal with only numerical computation only. Okay. So like for this second example, we are creating an array 2 with same numbers and same array, and we are just checking its position. Okay, like just see. Yeah. So here this is the same thing we did in previous. So now I want to check for this location, like for one, in which type is it. So just see. So I have type as a type function, and then array, the name of a variable where I store, and the index position. So yeah, it is an integer type. Or if you change it like any third value, still it is an integer type, because this all element is from integer. So definitely it will give you the integer only. Okay. So yeah, this is the same thing. You can do it. Okay. Yeah. And suppose if you want like this, here we did for a just for a numerical value. If you add some other data types, so what will happen, and how it will reflect the things. Okay. So there is a some concept, and the concept is whatever lower data type is given, it will convert into a higher data type. So just take it as an example. Okay. So what we are trying to do, we are collecting some different data types element. We are giving some different data types elements. Okay. This is different data types elements, and the different data types elements means what we are giving some integer, complex, or some string data types. So how it will work, and how when we will call about its index position or its data type, so how what it will reflect. So what it will reflect, this is the concept, and all the elements converted to the same data type into conversion will done from lower data elements to the higher data elements. So just see one by one. Okay. So yeah. So we have created here a list like sorry, an array which is 2, 3, 5.6, and n. So we can say here it is in different data types. Okay. Different data types. Okay. It is in different data types. Yeah. And now again I want to check its data types and all these things. So how we will do it, just we are seeing it one by one, so the things will more clear. Yeah. So once you display, yeah, it will display your array like 2, 3, 5.6, and n. And we know that here is a combination is different. Okay. And now I want to see every individual array element as, and I want to see its type. So just see print. If I will print array, so it will definitely, it will give you ND array. Okay, what it will give you class, it will give you ND array, n dimensional array. It will not convert anything till now. But what will happen? Just suppose if you are using like print type array for zero location, like for this element. So yeah, just see. So now it is converted into ND array to string. Okay, what it is going to convert? Just see. It is earlier it was in ND array format, but once its higher data type is a string, so it is converted into a string data type. So this is this is the conversion from lower data types to higher data types as well. Or this is the basic concept in Python where any lower data types is converted into a higher data types. So just take another example, and we are holding it again, and we are removing this uh, yeah, this n. Okay. So will it cover into float data type? Just see. Okay. And we are hiding this. Yeah. So now there is a three three element 2, 3, and 5.6. Okay. And once if I will check its type, but it will give you the ND array. Okay, numerical data array. And what will happen just for index position array 1, if you check about the index position, so it will give you a float. So yeah, so it will give you the float class or float data types. Okay, so this all data is converted into this all element is converted, individual element is converted into higher data types. Okay, so these are the example where any lower data type is converted into a higher data types. Okay, so one by one, if you see for all these things, so just see, it will give you only the string data types. Yeah, so you can see it will give you the higher data types. Okay, so yeah, is it clear to you, dear all? Yeah, I think I am distancing myself. Yeah. Okay, so is it clear to everyone? If you have any confusion, you can ask. Yeah. So this is the conversion of lower to higher data types, or it will count as a higher data types only. Okay, but if you check for the complete type, so it will give you only the n dimensional array. But if you talk about like individual data element, so it will give you the higher dimension only. Okay, and like now we are generating array using arrange function. So how it will work, so suppose if you want to generate any data in a particular sequence, like it will start from here and it should stop here, or like it's a sequence should be 3 2, or its difference should be some particular value. So using this arrange function, we can generate our data. So how it works, its general syntax is numpy.orange. Okay, we can use this syntax numpy.orange, and what it will give you, it returns equally spaced number with the given range based on a step size. Again, I am repeating side. This arrange function, what it will give, it returns equally spaced number with in the given range based on a step size. So just see how it will work. So how we will write it, it's a start value, it's a stop value, and it how much step you want. So initially we will write start value, stop value, and then step. Okay, and start value is start value of your range, and value, stop value is end value, and step is the sequence or interval you want. Okay, so just see here, I generated a array, and it sequence, I have mentioned it till 10. So it will give you the 0 to 9 value. So yeah, just see. So it display, just wait, here is everything is given. Restart and clear. Yeah, just wait. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, so now we are generating a sequence, and the sequence is specified like starting range, started stop range, and its interval. So using arrange function, we can generate. So here what I am trying to do, I am generating a array with 10 values, up to 10 values. So what it will give you, if you don't mark any interval, so it will give you a standard like as a 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, and what happen if you assign some specific value or some starting and stop value or step size? So how we will write it? So just see. So yeah, this is the syntax np Python library, and this is function arrange. And what I am trying to do here, I am generating a value which start with 1110, stop at 120, and then step is 3. So just see, we have, yeah. So it will stop before 120. Okay. Yeah. So it is started with 1110, 113, 116, 119. You can use as a 150 as well. So the more value will be here. Yeah. So yeah. So this is np.arrange. Okay. So using this arrange function, you can uh, uh, create a data in a range or in a specified interval, or something will start with some specific value, and so it will stop at some specific value. So using Python NumPy library, we can generate it. Okay. So in many time in research application, like for communication or for data, like for mathematics, we need to generate some data, some random data. Okay. So here it is useful, this arrange function. Okay. And suppose if you want to create a with -5 steps, so just see, its start is 70 and stop is 50. Okay. And here we will mention as a -5. So because our start value is higher and stop value is lower, so in that case we need to mark as a -5 as a difference. Okay. So just see, it, it will give you starting value as a 70 and last value as a 50, because we are stopping at 50. So it will give you the before the 50 whatever value is coming. Okay. So yeah, so with this, anyone have any confusion, dear all professors? Okay. And yeah, so this is for like arrange function, and using arrange function we can generate with a specific range of our data. Okay. And now suppose like if you want to generate ones and zeros. Okay. So how we will generate it? Just see. So what should be its syntax, and if you want to generate zeros and ones, so how we will generate it? So its syntax is what? NumPy dot ones. Okay. If you want to generate as a ones for some specific range, so you need to write NumPy dot ones. NumPy is a library and ones is a function. Okay. And it will give you the returns an array in a given shape with field value as a one. So you can more specify this syntax as well, like NumPy dot ones. Okay. And shape, we can type we can find its shape, we can given its shape as well, and its data type as well. So which type of data type we want to generate. Okay. So just see how it will work. So uh, yeah, I have created a variable array4, and it's np dot ones. Okay. So what it will give? It will give you the six, up to six value maximum. Just wait. It's not. Wait. Array. Just see. It will give you 1 to 0 to 5 1 value. It is an array. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. It will give you 6 value. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. And if you mention here as an integer, let's see, is there any change? Yeah. Now it is converted into integer value. Earlier, if you not mention the type of data type, it will give you an array. Okay. So yeah, so this is for us like a 1D, or we can say one dimensional. Okay. But what happened? What how we will generate as a 2D array? So just see. Yeah. So what I did here? Uh, yeah. So I want to generate ones as a 3 by 7. Okay. This will be a row. First, whenever we are generating any matrix, so we need to write its row and then its column value. So 3 rows and 7 column, and its data type should be integer. So just see. Yeah. So it is created in 2D array which have 3 by 7, 3 rows and 7 column. Okay, so and its type is integer. If you remove this, so then it will give you the different. So always we need to type its data type as well. So the most of the things will remove, or we can generate any other metric as well. So 10 rows and 7 columns. Any. Yeah. So now, and suppose if you want to generate like a zeros, okay. So the same pattern will follow, but what the things will change. Instead of writing ones, we will write zeros, and the rest of the things are same. Yeah. So just see. So what it will give? So it will give you a 1D array element with 6 zeros. But again, if you type its integer, then it will give you the 0. Okay. So whenever you want to generate a zeros and ones, so you can uh, generate it. And yeah, so suppose if you want to generate any other values like 2, 3, so we need to multiply with this value. So it will give you the other value. Like suppose if you want to generate any like any 3. So let's see. Will it work? Yeah. So now you can using ones, or with this ones function you can generate a 3 by 3 matrix or 5 by 5 matrix. Okay, or 7 by 7 value matrix. Okay, it is in our hand. So but for this is for ones. Okay, we can generate it for 2, 3, 4, and for any values. So for this you always need to multiply with whatever matrix you want to. It will work. And it will not work for zeros, because if something is up multiplied with zeros, will give you the zero only. Okay, so yeah, so this is for zeros, ones and zeros. So anyone have any confusion? You can ask. Till now, anyone have any confusion? Dear all, yeah, I am taking it. You do not have any confusion. Okay, now this is the generation of zeros and ones, and for any other number as well, but in a sequence, not in a not in a random way. Now we are generating a random number. Okay, so yeah, so just see how we will generate it. So it's the type is random. How we will write it? So random, and we will use it a rand function. Okay, so this is its syntax, and we are generating with the NumPy Python library. So we will write its sequence. It's like in this order. Okay, so this is the syntax NumPy for NumPy library, and this is for generating a random numbers. Okay, and this is the random function. Okay. Why it's not working? Just wait. Yeah. Mhm. This is So yeah, now we are generating a random number. So what we need to write, we need to write this syntax. Okay. So this is function, and so now see what I am trying to do here. I am generating a 1D 1D array of with 5 random variable. Okay, five. Sorry, not a variable. It is an element. So I am trying to generate a 5 random elements, and I have not specified its range here, so it will give me in between 0 and 1. Okay, so just see how it will display. This is the its syntax, and yeah, I am displaying for as a 5 for up to 5. So it will give you only in 0 to 5 element. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, it will give you only 5. And this is for 1D. Okay, you can generate any more elements also. So it will give you, but it will give you only in 1D array. Okay, one dimensional array. And yeah, so if you want to generate a 2D array, 2D random array, so just see. So what we need to do, we need to write it's 7 and 5, 7 and 5. This is number of rows, and this is 5 as a number of columns. Okay, so yeah, yeah. So this is for number of rows and for number of columns. So it will give you an array for 7 by 5. So just see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So there will be a 5 columns and 7 rows. So we can generate, but we have not specified. So it will give you the range between 0 to 1. Okay. So yeah. And suppose if you want to specify, like as I said, we have not specified here, so it will give you always value between 0 to 1. Okay. And yeah, 0 to 1. And what happen if you assign and given its range? So like suppose we are taking here as an example to generate a 2D array. Okay, so yeah, create a 2D array of 35 random elements. So just see how it will work. Okay, so what I will do, I will change here as a function rand int. I am generating as a integer value, so I will write, instead of random value, I will write a rand int function. Okay, and I will specify its range. Okay, so it should be start with 100 and stop at, or in between it will start with 100 and I stop with 150, and its shape should be 7 rows and 5 columns. So just see, it is generated in a specified value, but it is random. This will not give you any proper format like as a sequence we did earlier. Okay, so it will give you any random value according to their code. Okay, so yeah, so it is in a specified range, or even you can change its range as well. So if you change 50 to 150, will it work? Yeah, definitely it will work. Yeah. This is for this is generation of 2D array element array for specified range or with specified set. Okay, so this 50 and 150 is a specified range, and this 7 and 5 is uh, shape. Yeah, yeah, and like if you talk about the comparison, like speed, in terms of speed and in terms of if you compare array and list, uh, I think you may have question, which is better in terms of array or a list. So just see, we are using with, we are comparing with time and storage as well. So we will try to prefer like from list and from array, whoever will give you a faster generation of any array or list, we will take this only. Or the method and the variable which can contain a less space, so we will go with this only. Okay, so here we are comparing some list and arrays. So which is better? So just see. So for this, what we need to do, we need to import time function, because we are talking about the speed. Okay, so yeah, we are talking about, initially we are talking about speed, so we will import time. Yeah, and I am creating a list and array as well. Okay, using a Python, I am generating a list and array as well using NumPy. Okay, so just see what I did here. I have written payment list or pie list with starting with this is the variable I for I in the range up to 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Okay, and it's starting its time. Okay, how much time it will take. Okay, and then just see it's a start time and it's a stop time. Okay, I have mentioned it's a start time and stop time. So just see, and the result should be what should be the result. Result should be stop time minus start time. So it will give you the exact time, how much time it takes for generating a list or creating a list. Okay, so just see. So it takes a 0.01 millisecond. But what about the same thing for a numpy? So just see. So you can take as a 0.0019. Okay, so with this conclusion we can say, yeah, so using a NumPy Python library, or like using NumPy or generating an array using NumPy, it is a faster than generating a list. Okay, so we will prefer an array with generation of NumPy library, and this is the advantage of a NumPy array, a NumPy library. Okay, it's a generating and processing time is fast than the list. Okay, and what about the space? Okay, so how much info space will it cover by list if you are not generating uh, or you if you are not like generating a list using numpy, or if you are generating a list only, okay, without numpy library. So just see, so we will import a system, and what we are trying to do here, so we are generating for both for list and for array as well, so which will take less time. Okay, so just see, we are generating np dot arrange up to 100, and just see how much time it takes. So yeah, so it will, what program is written here, just see. So we are generating an yeah, array using arrange function, and then we are checking its type, and we are checking its size, and what it will give you the results. So total space taken, sorry, total yeah, total memory or space taken by a1 variable is a1, whatever a1 have, into its item size and 100. So it is rationalized, so that's why it is written like this. Yeah, so its total space taken by a1 is 400. Okay, so just see, you can if you compare with list, so just see, we are doing the same concept with list, and yeah, and its length, using length function we can take its length is also 100, and just see the time. Yeah, so around it, oh, sorry, not a time, it is an space. So the total size taken by list is 2400, but the total space is taken by numpy, or like array with generating of numpy, is taken only 400. So we can say in terms of like storage, numpy array is also needed less uh, less space as compared to the list. Okay, so yeah, anyone have any confusion till now, dear all professors? If you have any confusion, you can ask. Yeah. And yeah, and now some we are working here for some basic operations, like to change the shape of your matrix. Okay, so how we will do it, or just to change the shape of your array. So just see how it will work and how we will do it the same. Okay, so yeah, so what I am trying to do here, I am generating an array. It is specified like yeah, 1 2 3 and 1 2 3 4 and 6 7 8. It is an 2D array. Just see its shape is uh, we, what it will give you, it will give you the a shape as well, and we will convert it. Okay, it is a, like we can say, in a way it is a 2 by 4. Okay, we can say, with looking this we can say it is a 2 by 4. But what happened if you change its reshape, or at some time we needed to change its shape, so how it will work? Okay, so I have generated this 2 by 4 array, and then I'm printing it and I'm checking its shape. So just see. So using that a variable dot shape, you can find the shape of your array. So just see. Okay, so it is a 2 by 4 array. Like here is a 2 rows and 4 columns. Okay, and now I want to see, and I want to change its shape. Like whatever rows, like this 1 2 3 4 rows will be counted as a column. So using a reshape command we can do in a NumPy library. Okay, so just see whatever value you have. So this is our previous stored value a. A is what? A is our matrix. Okay, this generated matrix, and I want to reshape it. Okay, so this is my 2 by 4 matrix. Okay, this is my 2 by 4 matrix, and I want to reshape it, but in a some standard format. It will not convert in any shape. Okay, so yeah, just see. So I am trying to convert a rows as a column and column as a row. Okay, so just what we need to do, we need to, yeah, be a dot reshape. Okay, so this reshape function will convert your previous input as a given format, as in given format. Whatever, this is your previous input. Okay, A is your previous input, and this reshape function will work as like whatever input you have given will convert any input into this given shape. Okay, so this is same thing like you, and we are checking the shape as well. So now you can see. Okay, so yeah, now the element is changed, and your 2 by 4 array is converted into 4 by 2 array. Okay, so this is for reshape, so we can convert our array in another format as well. So whenever we need to, it is needed. Yeah, this is a 4 by 2. Okay, and now this is for a basic arithmetic operation using NumPy. So till now, anyone have any confusion, dear professors? You can ask if you have any confusion till now. Just see it. Yeah, thank you. So now here, what we are trying to do, we are doing here some basic operation like we are performing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and dividend, and even a remainder and a mod and quotient operation. So just see how we will do it. So here I am generating a 3 by 3 array. Okay, this is, what is this? A 3 by 3 array. Okay, and also I have generated another array is also 3 by 3. Okay, and I want to see just its shape. Okay, and its value in array format. So just see. So it is 3 by 3. This is A1 and this is A2. Okay, and for this I want to perform some mathematical operation. Okay, you can reduce or increase the size of your array element as per your requirement. Okay, so just see how it will work, how we will perform the addition, multiplication, subtraction, and all these things. Okay, so just see, suppose if you want to perform addition. Okay, so it will work according to their design, not work as an we are doing in mathematics, or in a like according to the matrix operation. okay, or linear algebra. How it will work, just see. So if you want to just take as an addition of you want to add this a1 and a2, so how it will work, this will add with like 1 will add it with 11, 2 will add it with 12, 3 will add it with 13, and so on. So just see. So how we will add, so it is not needed like this statement. This is just for understanding, it is needed, okay. Otherwise you can type as a np dot add only and it will work. Let's see. So now you can see it gives the sum of this two uh, two arrays, okay. So yeah, so this is the addition of two arrays. Just and if you add these comments, so it will give you this addition of a1 and a2. So now if you want to perform like subtraction, so what we will do, we need to write instead of addition like add function, we need to write subtract, okay. We need to write as a subtract, okay. So just see what will be the results, okay. So now the result is display, okay. So how it will work, it will subtract by this with this 2 with 12, 3 with 13, 4 with 14, 5 with 15, 6 with 16, okay. Yeah, and yeah, and the same operation will perform for multiplication as well. So just see, it will perform 1 with 11, 2 with 12, 3 with 13, okay. So and the result is this, okay, 11, 24, 39. But in a metric multiplication the result will be different, okay. Yeah, and this is for same for the dividend, okay. So it will divide element by element, okay. Just see. Yeah, so this is the result of divided. So 1 with 11 will divide by 1 and all these things, okay. Yeah, and if you want to generate as a remainder, so it will give you the remainder as well, whatever the remainder is, like for 11 divided by 1, so there is a no remainder, okay. So it will give you the 0. So whatever remainder is there, it will display the remainder as well. So using remainder function you can generate or display the remainder as well, okay. So this is some basic operation using a NumPy Python library. Okay, so you can extend it as a it on a large database as well. This is for just for the examples, okay. And now we are generating a matrix, okay, and we want to see the changes and perform some different operation instead of like array. So just see how it works and what are the changes with matrix, because in many cases, or like in today's data types, your data may be arranged in a matrix or in a data frame or other things, okay. So just what I'm trying to do here, so whenever you are going to generate as a matrix, you need to write it's a matrix functions of np dot matrix. And yeah, so there is a written one sequence is written, so we need to understand it. What is it? Okay, so just see. So yeah, we have written elements 1, 2, 3, and then we are ending with, and we are ending it, and then from next row it will generate 4, 5, 6, and then it is ended. So this is the pattern of writing a matrix, and how we will generate 3 by 3 matrix, okay. This is for generating 3 cross 3 matrix, okay. So just see, uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, okay. So it displays the matrix which is 3 by 3, or you can say check the shape as well. So just see matrix, 3 by 3. Okay, and one more important thing here as well. So you can check its type as well. So, yeah. So this is NumPy. Earlier, it gives you the ND array and all this thing. But here it will give you the matrix. Okay. And here we will perform the rest of the operation as well, whatever we did here. So just see the changes. Okay. So, so we can say check the size of matrix. Yeah, its overall size is 9. Okay, matrix size. And its shape is 3 by 3. Okay. And yeah, and just see, I am generating another matrix. Its values are this 11, 12, 13, and so on. So just see, yeah. So now that again 3 by 3 matrix is generated, and I want to perform basic operation whatever I did here. So just see. Suppose how we will write it. So just need to call your Python NumPy library and use add function, and whatever you want to add, just you need to mention here. So but their shape should be same. Okay. So just see the result. Okay. So 12, 14, 16, 18, as in previous cases. Just see 12, 14, 16. Okay. Yeah. It will give you the same result. Okay. So 11, 20, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. And yeah, it will give you the same. And if you subtract it, it will give you, again, it will give you the same result. Okay. And yeah, now I'm seeing this matrix 1 and matrix 2, and I want to perform the operation as a element wise, as we are dealing in a matrix. So how we will do this, just see one by one. Okay, so what we need to do now, as a matrix works, so we will use as a dot function. So it will perform as an element wise operation, or whatever matrix is this, like rows will multiply with column, and then its sum will give you some specific value. So it will work accordingly. Okay, or it will multiply according to the mathematics rules. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to type here as a dot function. Okay, and now you can see the results. Okay. So yeah, so now the result is changed. Okay, now the matrix multiplication result is same instead of this case. Okay, like this case. Yeah. So whenever we want to perform as an element wise operation, we need to perform as a dot. Otherwise, it will give you the basic operation as a addition or multiplication. Okay, and yeah, and suppose if you want to perform like a multiplication operation, so again the result will, okay, so just see. So it will perform the operation as in mathematics, but earlier it was performed the math operation as in array. Okay, and yeah. And what will happen if the shape, I think, yeah, here is the shape is different. What will happen if the shape is changed? So what is this? This is the, I think, 3 cross 2. This is 3 cross 2, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and this is 4 cross 3. Okay, this is 3 cross 2 and 4 cross 3. So just see, we want to perform some other operation as well. So will it work or not? So just see. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, it is generated. This is 2 by 3 and this is 4 by 3 matrix. Okay. And you can check using shape command, you can check its shape as well. Okay. So 2 by 3. We know that Uh, yeah, sorry. It is written wrongly. It is 2 by 3. You can check its shape. So for C, we have checked shape, and for D, 4 by 3. Yeah, it is correct. And we want to perform operation as a element wise operation. So we will use as a dot function. So will it work? Yeah. Can anybody answer it? Here all. Can anybody answer? Will it work or not? Yeah. Will it work or not? Yeah, please answer the question. Yeah, dear professors, will it work or not? So just see. Will not work because the shape is not aligned. So as I said earlier, the shape should be same. So the multiplication and any other operation is only possible after this. Okay, or any divide operation is possible. Just see. Yeah, divide operation is possible and remainder is also possible, but multiplication is not possible with that. No. Just wait. NP dot device. I am doing C and D. This was a different matrix. Okay, so just C. Yeah, this is dividend is also not possible, and if dividend is not possible, then so whenever we want to perform a dot operation, the shape of the matrix should be same. Okay. So till now, anyone have any confusion, dear all professor? So it perform mathematically with the same sense. Yeah, correct, sir. Anand sir, it is correct. Yeah. So we need to remember always uh, our shape or the metric shape should be same. Okay. And these are some other basic functions of our NumPy Python library for statistics. You can use it for further use. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, these are also like minimum if you want to see the minimum value or maximum value or mean or median, standard deviation, variation, average, percentile, you can use it as a NumPy Python library. Okay, so these are also important functions, and you can use it in your uh, research work or any kind of help is needed, you can use it. Okay, so till now, anyone have any confusion, dear all professor? Yeah. So PTP, ma'am, PTP is for point to point. So we will take an example for this PTP as well, so the things will more clear with you. Okay. So yeah, so you can use it. This is for PTP's point to point, and I will give you one example so the things will clear to you. Okay. So till now, anyone have any confusion using NumPy library, whatever we studied? Okay. So I am taking it. You do not have any confusion. So I would like to request you. I am taking just for 5 minutes of break, and we are gathering sharp at 11:10. Yeah. So I am taking as a 5 minute of break, and we are gathering at 11:10 a.m. sharp. Thank you, dear all. Just for 5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you, dear all. We are resuming the session. Yeah. Yeah. My voice is audible to you, dear all. Yeah. My voice is audible to you, dear all professors. Hello.
It is audible.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, like Madam has asked about the point to point. So, it is an statistics function which is used for finding out the range of a given number or for a specific range or like maximum value minus minimum value. So, yeah. So, as an example, we can take it like what we did here. So, just uh, we we need not to find as a this thing. So, yeah, and array. Yeah. So just see, we are generating an array, and we are how it will work this point to point array. So just see, yeah. So how it works? So it gives the range of its maximum value minus minimum value. So how it works? Okay, just see. So for this, for this array 1 2 7 to 20. Okay, and for this array 1 1 2 7 10 to 60. Okay, and how this point to point array will work? Okay, so as I said, ptp will what it will give, so it will count as a point to point index position. So it will start with 1 and before the 20, so it will give you as a 19. So range of it, this array is 19. Okay, and for this, so it will start with 1 and at 16, so it will give as a, a range of this array is 15. So whenever you want to like find the range, so it will give you, you can perform it this point to point array. Okay, this point to point function. Okay, whatever the maximum value is there, like suppose if you want to change this value or you will change it, so it will work 8 accordingly. Let's see. For 25, it will give the range is 24, and for 21, it will give you the range up to 20 because its index position will be counted as from 0. So it will give you the less number, whatever one less number, whatever the highest value. Okay, so these are the some basic operation with NumPy Python library, and now we are moving on pandas or exploratory data analysis. Uh, what? Okay, so and I am taking, yeah, I think someone has asked. Okay, thank you. Yeah. And now we are moving on exploratory data analysis, or this is the combination of pandas as well as EDA, we can say. So both things I have merged here, and we will see one by one. Okay. So the meaning of exploratory exploratory data analysis is what, and what is pandas? So like if you talk about initially for pandas, so like what is pandas? Okay, so pandas is a data frame. Okay, is a type of it is an eligible for any type of data frame, and it will perform any type of searching, adding, deleting, replacing, manipulating any kind of rows, element, and columns. Okay, your data frame maybe have like your data frame may be in a form of your data may be formed in a series or in a data frame. Okay, so whenever you want to perform any type of manipulations operation like editing, addition of rows, addition of columns, or to change and find any values, so we will use the pandas only. Okay, but for any kind of mathematical operation, we will deal with like any type of numerical computation, we will deal with NumPy library. Okay, so so we are starting this our exploiting data analysis, and in exploratory data analysis, we will study pandas as well. Okay, so yeah. So why exploratory data analysis is needed? Just see to ne- just like an example, initially we need any type of data sets. Okay, so suppose just an example, uh, for any kind of research work, any kind of machine learning application, or machine learning, or we can say AI, we needed data. Okay, again I'm saying we needed data. Now we 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 have required data, and we are not 100% sure about the data. When we will 100% sure about the data? When we have generated the data, or we have recorded the data. But in most of the cases, or we can say in most of the applications, we are downloading data from open sources. We are taking data from already published research paper, and then we are applying our methods and procedure, or implementing our machine learning algorithm. Okay, so the important thing is data, and you don't have any idea about the data. Okay, so what we need to do, your data may be in a different way, or like in a different format, people are working in electrical, electronics, mechanical, and civil, so they are comfortable in MATLAB, very much comfortable in MATLAB. Okay, and they are deal with met file only. Okay, so and they are very much comfortable in Matfile, but whenever you are finding, just an example. Okay, so just an example, I am giving you one best data site. So this is useful for a research point of view, for any domain faculty, for computer science, for electrical, electronics, mechanical, and civil. Okay, so this is the data sets, and you can use for your research work as well. Physionaut Bank or Physionet online website, and this is generated by National Institute of General Medical Science, National Institute of Biomedical Imaging, NIB, and it is funded by USA. Okay, so this is the widely and mostly widely used uh, online database site for disease or for health data. Okay, you can see the many type of data from here, and even various challenges databases are here. Various EEG databases are all available. Even signals and images are also available, and it start with MB and it ends with TB. Again, I am repeating this word for this database. It start with MB and ended with terabyte. So you can download according to your choice. Okay, but now this data is already recorded by someone. It is not recorded by us. Okay, so data may have different format. Like just see, you can download using this toolbox. You can download this database in EDF format. You can download this database in CSV format. Okay, and in any format. Okay, like whatever, like in a text format, or just you can extract its RR interval or any kind of things. Okay, so we don't have control on data. Okay, we don't have control on data. We have only control on our proposed method. Okay, so in your data, there may be a missing values, there may be a outlier values, or there may be a not a number value, there may be a lot of noise. Okay, and even your data may not be balanced for one class and another class. For like for one class your data is higher, and for another class your data is lower. Okay, so so in that case, this exploratory data analysis is needed. Okay, and what exploratory data analysis will do, this is not for any particular kind of domain. It is for all, for any from any branch and from any domain this person is related. So for everything or for any data types we need some modification, we need some changes. Or like many times, like in my research work, I downloaded the 3 TB data types base. Okay, and the size of data, one subject size of data is 24 hours, and one subject have 10 million number of samples in a row. Okay, so to compute this data, like for 24-hour recording or for any kind of research work, 24-hour recording is too much. So if you apply this data without knowing anything about this data, you cannot get the optimum result. So whenever we are going to plan and whenever we are finding any research problem, what we need to do, we have to become expert in understanding this data. We have to go in depth for data, as well as we have to perform many operations, like to divide large data sets in database into smaller data. Okay, or to reduce the noise of the data, or to check its missing values are there, or any kind of missing values are there. So there are plenty of ways we can deal with this type of data related issues. So in that particular cases, exploratory data analysis is needed and data manipulation is needed. Any data, I think, not have perfect everything, like there is not a missing value or there is not a noise. Everything's are available because we will whenever we are going for research work, we have raw data and we have to perform many kind of operation with our data. Okay, so what we need to do, we have to perform many operation and just see how we will deal with this. Okay, so for data manipulation, we can reduce the noise, or we can check its missing values, and we can shift the rows and column, delete the rows and columns, so we can see it's one by one. Okay, or if you talk about suppose our data, so like our data may have text, numerics. Okay, or we can say signals, images, videos, signal, images, videos, and in this may be in time series for forecasting. Okay, or any kind of database you may have. Okay, so we can't say, or in general we can't say we will work with text only, we will work with numeric only, or we can work with signals only. No, we have to become expert in all type of data. So how we will deal with this data type? So by using exploratory data analysis, we will deal with this kind of database. Just for example, we can take as a text or numerical value, and then we can apply the same thing on signal, images, and videos. Because using machine learning, we are dealing with this type of data. Okay, most of the cases we are dealing with signals, images, and videos. Okay, because now in today's world we have plenty of data, but for the same we need some pre-processing. Okay, and even if you talk about the size of the data, so it start with KB, and like in case KB, and ended with TB, not in MB, ended with TB. So don't specify here. So it start with KB and ended with TB. And the size of database is like 2 to 3 GB. And in general, in Python, we will deal with this CSV comma separated values data types. Okay, there are many files and types of data types are there. Okay, but in general, we can use this CSV files. Okay, and if you have .met file, so don't worry, we can convert this .met file into CSV format as well. Okay, so we will deal with this thing, and we will take only example of CSV file. Okay, yeah. So this is for some basic for exploratory data analysis, and like for pandas library. So this is the Python library which is helpful for like deleting and manipulating rows and columns with data frames, or like work with this time series database. Okay, series, pandas series. If something is written in a series, we will say it like pandas series, and if something will be in a rows and column for format, so we will tell it as a pandas data frame. Okay, so we can say this is the data frame. Here is this vertical thing is denoted as a column, and this horizontal uh, line is represented as a row. So just see how we will do it, and one by one. Yeah, so just I am restarting it, so the things will. Yeah, it is restarted. Yeah, now it is restarted. So just yeah. So for this EDA, initially we need to install our pandas library. Okay, so we will start with pip install pandas. So you can use it by your own as well on your computer. Yeah, it's taking time. Yeah, it is already installed, but you can use with this command, or using exclamatory conda install pandas. Okay, and how we will call it in a Python domain. So just see, we need to write import and its name pandas as PD. Okay, so whenever we will deal for further process, we will type only PD, because we have called as a PD and we have imported. Okay, so just here I have created a one data frame. Okay, so just see how it will work. Okay, so just see, and how we will generate any data frame. Here we are generating data frame by our own. Okay, but in many times we do have many files and data types, so we will deal with directly as well. Okay, so just see, just just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Thank you. So yeah, so what I did here, I generated a data frame, and yeah, so yeah, we can say as a dictionary we have generated as a name, age, and gender. So I marked name as a Jaipal, Ramanta, and Sharma, and their age, 28, and so on, and their gender. Okay, so here I am created a data frame with on. Okay, so just see how it will work. So as a simply we can generate any kind of data frame by our own as well. So just we need to remember this format. It is taking time. Yeah. Yeah, and whatever we have written, it is already stored in data frames. Okay, so for further process, we will deal with data frames only. Okay, so now it is already stored, this data frame. Okay, so this pandas data frames. And so just see. And now you can see. So name, it will display. It is a data frame. Okay, so name, its age, and its gender. Okay, so we can generate it by our own, but we need to remember this format, PD data frame. Okay, and whatever you want to do, you can generate accordingly. Okay, this is the some demo example, but as per your requirement, you can generate it. But why it is needed? So every time whenever you want to perform or use pandas library, we deal with some data frame and pandas series only. So whatever your data may be in any format, initially we need to convert it the same into data frames or in series format, and then it will work. Okay, so that's why it is needed to generate data frame. Okay, and suppose I want to check like some exploratory operation. Suppose I want to check age. Okay, so or any other gender or any, this is already generated data. Okay, and here are only 4 to 5 examples. Okay, but what happened if we have 5,000 subjects, 5,000 rows and 5,000 columns. So manually we can't see, and we can't say anything about this data frame. So in that case, how we will see? We will see it one by one. Okay. So just see. So I am selecting the age. Okay. So how we will see individual rows and column. So just see how it will work. So if you want to, like, suppose see individual data frame, individual frame like this column A. So what we need to do, just type the uh, variable where we have stored. So we have stored our compute information into data frame. Okay, and now we are calling age. So just, yeah, it will give you the age. Okay, for 0, 1, 2, 3, it is automatic generated. We can reduce it index equal to 0 position, so it will overcome. Okay, but for the numbering, like for here only 4, like suppose if you have 5,000 subjects, so it is needed. So by default, it gives you the values. Okay, so what it gives, it gives you the age column. Okay, so this age column, or instead of this, you can use other column as well, like for gender. So you can take gender as well, and its data type as well, like it is an object data types. Okay, so yeah, you can check any individual column. Okay, pandas. Okay, and suppose if you want to take maximum age of person. Okay, so like how we will see, so just we need to write maximum age. So like the data frame, and from where we need to obtain the maximum value, so we will write as a age, and we will use as a max function. Okay, so just see. So it will give you the maximum age is 32, and we can verify from here only. Okay, and yeah, now our database. Yeah, so this is a simple our data frame. And suppose if you want to using this describe function. Okay, what is the role of this describe function? So this describe function is very much important for statistical analysis of your data. And this describe function will give you about the mean value of your data, standard value, variance, covariance, its box plot, its number of subjects, everything will give you about your database. Using describe function, you can uh, you can obtain or display the complete statistical property of your data. So just see which types or which like as we can say which type of statistical function will give. So just see. So yeah, total count, it will give you the count. So yeah, we know that there are four numbers. It's average age. So average age mean value is 29. It's a standard deviation. It's mean. It's 25th, 50, and 75th percentile, as well as maximum value. So this is, we can say, this describe function for statistical analysis the most useful function. Okay, the most useful function, because it gives you the complete detail about your database. Okay, so yeah, so please don't forget this describe function. It will give you the complete uh, statistical property of your data frame. And yeah, so this basic operations is for our generated data frame. Okay, and how we will perform all these operation on already inbuilt data frame. Okay, so just see how we will do it one by one. Okay, so till now, anyone have any confusion? Dear all professors, do you have any confusion till now? You can ask. Okay, I am taking it you do not have any confusion. And now we are performing pandas operation on already inbuilt functions. Okay, I am performing the operations on already inbuilt functions. Okay, so just see. So for the same, it is not needed every time we need to import pandas as a pd. It is already called here by us. Okay, so we need not need it. Okay, so just yeah. And and now what I am trying to do, I have this train Titanic train CSV file. Okay, just see. It is stored. Yeah, it is stored somewhere. So just see. Uh, yeah. Yeah. So it is stored in my database. So this is Titanic train CSV file. Okay, so Titanic train CSV file is already stored. Okay, so how I will call any CSV file, this comma separated value. Okay, so just need to type this pandas library short form pd. Okay, and then read CSV. Okay, so using this read CSV, we can call any your CSV data frame file. Okay, so no, we can't say right now. We can't say data frame. It is a file, CSV file. This is basic or simple your CSV file. Okay, this is simple CSV file. But if you use this PD, this pandas will convert your CSV file into data frame, and then we will perform all the and rest of the operation. Okay, so again I am repeating how we will call any file from any other location. You can mention location as well, but this is already stored in my database, so I have called directly. So you can type location, or but we need to focus on type. Okay, so this is in CSV format, so that's why we have used a read CSV format. Okay, so yeah, now your this CSV Titanic.train is converted into TDF data frame. Okay, so now, and suppose if you want to see your file. Okay, so like using this, let's see. Okay, so you can see there are 891 rows and 12 columns are here. Okay, your file have 891 rows and 12 columns. Okay, so just see, this is for overall file display, but if you want to see some basic operation or like some small information, so just need to write head. So what by default head function will do, by default it will give you the first 5 rows. Okay, for your data frame, whatever data frame you have, if you type this use head function without mentioning anything, it will give you the first 5 rows of your data. Okay, 0 to 4, and you can analyze. Okay, there are passenger IDs, survivor, class, name, age, ticket, fare, cabin, and embarked. Okay, so these are the some features for your database, and if you mention here as a 10, suppose as a 10, so it will give you about the 10 row. So yeah, so using head function, we can call the first 5 rows of your data frame. And what about last? Suppose if you want to see or take the last 5 rows of your data frame, so you need to write as a tail. Okay, so this, so now you can see the last 5 rows of your data set. So using tail function, you can see the last 5 rows, or even you can see the last 10 rows. So you can see as a last 10 rows. Okay. So these are some basic function which is used for basic pandas operation. Okay, now you can see as a data frame. Okay, and now suppose if you want to call some any specific column like name, or like any other things like any age or parts or ticket, so we can call it directly. So using this, you are already, our data frame is stored in this variable, so we will call it directly. So we can see. Okay, so all these 890 names are mentioned. Yes, I brought Mr. One and others. Okay, and suppose these all are in upper cases. It's first characters are in uppercase, and then I want to change its uh, uppercase to lowercase. So what I will need to do? So just see. So I need to write just string dot lower. Okay, we need to remain same at its name, and then we will type string dot lower. So what it will do, it will convert your data, your name column into small letters. Okay, so this is for converting from capital letters to small letter as well. Okay, and suppose if you want to split data into its surnames or data into its surname, so just we need to write this split. Okay, and using this, it will give you the surname only. Just see. So we have call only surname. So like broad and Cummings and fertile. So we have just called the surname. So the advantage of this type of like EDA or some basic operation is what? Whenever we will deal with the data, we needed at many times we needed some specific operation, or we needed some specific rows, some specific column. Okay, so that's why we are doing one by one, like to convert upper to lower, to split this data, or to call surnames only. Okay, it depends on our challenge, or it depends on our problem. Okay, so every time what we need to do, we have to understand how we will play with data. The purpose is what? How we are playing with data. Because in machine learning or in artificial intelligence, we what we need to do, we have to play with data. And for rest of the thing, like for machine learning model, everything is already developed. The models is already developed. The neural network is already developed. The method is already developed. So what we need to do, we need to play with data. And if you are expert in playing with data, you can do wonders. Okay. So just okay. So what we did here, we have just call the surname only. Okay, so any type of information we can extract from here. Okay, so these are the function related with pandas, and now we are doing some manipulations work like for exploratory data analysis. Okay, so just see how we will do it. So yeah, so what is the meaning of, as I said uh, previously, what is exploratory data analysis? So yeah, is it examines the data distribution. Okay, it handle the missing values of your data from your database. Okay, or it will handle with outliers, some out. What is the meaning of this outliers? Outliers means what? So they are not in range, or in your below range, average below range, and average above range. So they are out of this average below and over range. So these are the outliers. Or in your data, is there any duplicate values are there, or any type of encoded categorical variable are there, or your data is needed filtering operations. Okay, or your data is needed normalization and scaling function. Okay, so this all type of work will perform by this EDA analysis. Okay, exploratory data analysis. So just see how we will deal with this. So for a purpose, we have called this two library, and for plotting a graph, we are calling matplot library. Okay, so in further session, we will also discuss about this matplot Python library. Okay, so how we will perform this EDA operation? So just see one by one. Okay, so initially, what we will do, we will call our library, numerical library as a NumPy, and pandas library for data manipulation as a or we can say as a data handling as a panda. And for generating a graph, we will call matplot library and cbol library. So the difference between matplot and cbol is what? So it depends on your application. Okay, it depends on your graph. If your data visualization is for low level, okay, just for simple graph or some simple graphs or results, so we deal with matplot. Of like for civil and for mechanical engineering, like we most of the time this we needed heat map. So in that particular cases we will use cbol uh, libraries. Okay, or we can say as a high level data visualization. Okay, so in further session we will also discuss about these two libraries. Okay, so yeah, so what is our first step? Our first step is to import or call the basic library. Whatever we needed, we will call it. Okay, and in second case, what we will do, we will call our data wherever our data is stored. So we will call our data. So yeah, I have this already data I have stored, this happiness.csv. Okay, this data is already CS. I store in CSV format. So I call here as a df, and I this CSV format is converted into this data. Okay, and I will check the first 5 rows using this df. I will check its first 5 rows. It will not work because I have not called this libraries and my file. So just wait. So till now, anyone have any confusion? They are all professors. If you have any confusion, you can ask. Do you have any confusion till now? Yeah, we call our basic library, and then yeah, and then uh, we call our data file, and then we are taking first 5 rows. So using had command function, we can check the first 5 rows of our uh, data files. So yeah, we can see here as a country, origin. Okay, so just this database contains the happiness index for that particular country. Okay, so just see. So for Switzerland, the rank is one, and for other country as well. Okay, so yeah. So these all of the features are there: happiness rank, happiness score, standard error, GDP, family, health, and freedom. All these are the features are included. Okay, and yeah, if you check about the last five row, so using this tail function, you can take the last five rows of your data frame. And if you want to check the shape, suppose what is the size of your data frame, so using shape function you can use it. So what it has around 160 rows and 12 columns. Okay, yeah. And suppose, and for another thing, like suppose if you want to see the complete information about your database, like suppose if you want to see its data types, okay, for which class it is belonging. Okay, so using this info command, df.info, we can see everything about your data frame, like its null values are there, characteristic of data or data types, or its memory and usage. Everything will be provided by this info function. So using info function, we can see the complete characteristic of our data. So just see class pandas data frame. Okay, range index 160 countries. Okay, data columns, there are 12 columns and columns have this things. Okay, and this null count, there is no null value. Okay, and this is the data types: object, integer, float. Okay, whatever a column have whatever information, like country name, so obviously it will belongs with this object class. Like for a reason, okay, this is also from object class. And for life happiness rank, this is numerical values, it belongs with integer values. Okay, so complete information we can obtain from our data using sorry, using this info function. Okay, and yeah, as I said previously, using describe command you can obtain the complete statistical property of your data. Okay, so just yeah, so now you can see the everything like count. Okay, mean of every column. Okay, it will give you according to the column, not as a row. So like mean of happiness rank is 78. Okay, and standard is this, minimum value is 1, and it's 25th percentile, 50 percentile, and 75 percentile is 118. So this percentile is used for box plots. Okay, but it is needed many times. Okay, so using this describe command, you can uh, see the statistical property of your data. Okay, and suppose like if you want to use your data for further processing. Okay, so just see how we will do it. Okay, so suppose I want to check, like for any kind of information, is there any value is missing, or any integer, or any value is missing. So we can see here as by like is there any null, not a number value is there, like any random value is there. So with this is null function we can check it. Okay, is there any missing value is there, or any not a number value is there, we can check it. So just see is there any. So it will give you the column wise as well. Okay, and this sum function will give how many values are missing. Okay, so is null value is there. So yeah, so we are just we are using null value. For not a number we will use any other function. Okay, so for is there zero values there, so we will type is null. Okay, and it's sum will give you how many values are null in your this. country, region, happiness, or for any kind of like columns. So yeah, so it gives you zero value. So I think there is now any zero value is there. Okay, so yeah, this is the same thing. Yeah. So yeah, so in many cases, like suppose if you find any null value, okay. So what we will do? Suppose if you find any zero values or something, not a number, okay. So there are many ways. So we can convert this null value or zero value into the mean value of that particular column or median value of that particular column or average value or mod value of that particular. Or sometime what we will do, we will just remove this row as well. So these are some alternate to avoid and replace null value. These are like replace this null value with average value of the row or column, mod value, or we can replace that particular row as well. It depends on our choice, okay? Or depend on the application. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we can drop the missing values. We can replace with mean values or median values. Okay, or mod values. Okay. So till now, anyone have any confusion? You can ask. Yeah, dear professors, do you have any confusion till now? You can ask if you have any confusion. Okay. So suppose we have selecting this happiness scores, okay, like these columns, happiness scores, okay, this, and its count is 160, okay, but like here we see happiness scores, it is for last, and happiness score is vary, okay, but we how we will see it, so we using graphs and many things we can check it. So like just see, so medians of what we are trying to do, we are calculating the median of happiness score. So what is the median of this happiness score? We'll see it. So the happiness score median is 5.2, okay, or we can say check a maximum value of happiness score as well. Yeah. At 237. So 237 is a maximum value. Okay, we can see it. And suppose if you want to see or check any duplicate value or repeated value is there, so using this uh, duplicate df dot duplicate function, it will display, or we can remove it as well. So yeah. So now one duplicate value is there. So I think it does not affect too much to our data. If the range is more and higher, so we can replace it, or we can take any average, mean, or mod value. Okay. And the last thing is what? Outliers. So outliers is generally, in many cases, it is not needed if you perform like a z-square normalization, and if you perform this normalization techniques, this outliers problem is reduced already, or we can have many alternates to avoid these outliers. Okay, so these are also important, but if you take like z-square normalization or any kind of normalization and any scaling technique, so this problem will not occur. Okay, so with this I stop here. If you have any confusion for today's sessions, you can ask. I would like to request with all the professors, if you have any confusions, you can ask, or we will meet at 12:45 sharp in the second half. Do you have any confusion, dear all professors? If you have any confusion, you can ask. Okay, I am taking it. You do not have any confusion. Ramar, are you add something? Are you want to add something, Ramar? Okay. So we will meet again at 12:45 SAF, and uh, yeah, we will discuss about some remaining things, and we will start with machine learning. Okay. So with this, I stop here. Thank you. Please meet again at sharp 12:45. Thank you very much, dear all professor, for attending this session. Thanks.
Thank you, Jaipal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা হুম 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 হুম, আচ্ছা আচ্ছা সেকেন্ড সেমে কি সাবজেক্ট কোড ছিল মনে আছে কি সাবজেক্ট কোড না না সাবজেক্ট কোড কি কি ছিল
Yeah, good afternoon, dear faculties. Yeah, so let's start within 5 minutes. Okay, so we are going to do some demonstration in machine learning. Okay, so in until that, all the things we were discussed about very basics, right? So now, yeah, it isn't recording. Okay, fine. So now we are going to talk about very interesting things. Like we are going to implement some algorithm based on the real-time data. So hope you have a data sets. You can also take your own data sets and you can start to follow the instruction which I'm giving to here. You can also start to follow the same instructions. Okay, so accordingly, like you will get some prediction. So before we starting the content, like I need to give you some introduction about machine learning, so then we will go to that things. Okay, so I'll just take care 15 minutes about the machine learning introduction. Okay, so then we will go other things. Yeah, I'll just go with that content which we have. Okay. Yeah. So we are in the day two contents. Actually, thing is, this is the agenda for that content. You know that all the things you were discussed about in the morning session about what is data frame and what is data series in the pandas package, right? Then you understood about what we can do in data analysis using pandas, right? So we are in machine learning concepts, okay? So I will give you small introduction about machine learning, then I will talk about other things. Okay. So while you coming to talk about the machine learning, okay. So this is from machine learning. Okay. So here I'll start from here. So we are going to talk about today about the machine learning. In the second half, we had very less time, but I hope I will give you that better content for you. Okay. So when coming to talk about machine learning, you know that it is subset of AI. So that's fine. So when you need to use this machine learning, you need to install some package. Usually whenever coming to install or whenever you want to run any programs in Python, okay, for example, you want to develop any web application, we need to install some web package. So you want to develop some desktop application, you need to install some desktop applications for Tinker and all. So you need to develop some web application, Flask and Django, like you need to install, right? In similar way, when coming to implement machine learning concepts, you need to install the scikit-learn. So whatever algorithm you want to implement using machine learning, okay, concepts, you need to implement through the scikit-learn only. So what is scikit-learn? You can just search the scikit-learn, okay, scikit-learn. Okay, so this is the site which you can get more knowledge about the machine learning, more idea about what it can be provided by the scikit-learn. It is one of the Python package for creating the machine learning things. Usually, like you know that very well. So when coming to machine learning, we can have three important concepts. I will explain that three things. Okay. When coming to talk about the machine learning, we have some popular data sets. Okay. Usually when comes to this machine learning, we will work with the huge amount of data, right? So where we need to have a intelligent decisions, we will make with the machine learning concepts. So now we need to know about the data sets. These are the very popular links you can download the data sets. Okay, so I will send you this link and I recommend personally you can take the data set from Kaggle, and if you are doing any earth related science, earth related research, you can go with that earth data. So I think we are from the electronical and instrument department, it's conducting for. Actually I just prepared, like I had one FTP with another college in Tamil Nadu, so that so many people like to transfer, like they are collecting some data using some electronical instruments. So for example, you take healthcare. I understood that your department is playing the major role in all electronical items, from even we can take a small remote car to, like we can take self-driving car, like we can take from normal electronical flights, which means that babies are playing the flight, I mean playing the flights, like it's a small kind of object, right? So from that, like, when it comes to NASA spaces, SIP, okay, so until that, you people are playing the major role. So, but thing is, you people are making some electronical instrument for receiving the data or like generating the data, right? So when it comes to analysis part, you people are looking into machine learning. That's I understood. So you can build a lot of things there. Okay, so that's what we are going to do that. So here you can find out so many data sets. Okay, so you can visit that all links, you can search each and link, and you can, for example, I'll just go to the Google. Okay, so this is the very famous one, right? I'll just go with this Google link. So when you are opening that Kaggle link, you will get kind of data sets. Now you can get it some related data sets. For example, you are making some instrument for receiving the hard disk data sets, or you are making some healthcare person movement data sets, or e-commerce data sets, or you are collecting some other electronic item based data sets. You can search and you can get it all the things. So in similar way, we have nearly 7 kind of open source link. You can get it all data sets which is related to your research. Okay, you can take it out. That's all. Fine. That comes to here. We need to understand about the machine learning. Okay. When coming to that machine learning, okay, we have. So I know that how many people are in line. Please, everyone need to parallelly do. I will send you the data sets in the WhatsApp group. Please download the data sets because we are going to work down on the data sets. So we are going to work on the same data sets. Okay, so yeah, I'll just send it the data set. So please download the data set. It is in the WhatsApp. Okay, so we are going to start to work on the same data sets. So fine. So let's come to here in the data. Okay, so usually when it comes to talk about the machine learning, so the step is in the machine learning, we know that the supervised learning. Another concept and supervised learning. Third thing we can talk about reinforcement learning. Okay, so these are the 3 important topic when we are talking about the machine learning. Okay, fine. So how we can understand all the things we were discussed already, I think so. So anyway, I will give you small introduction about that. So when we have a data, so entirely we will select all the technique based on the data only. Okay, for example, you have a data in the tabular form. You have a data in tabular form. So what you can do, so usually what is the tabular form? So that data will be in the rows and column labeled like when we have a rows and column of data, we can consider the tabular data, right? Tabular data. Okay. So when it comes to the tabular data, so most of the tabular data will be rows and column. We know that all the rows and column of data will have some labeled data. For example, just you look at this data, which I shared with you, right? So I will show my data. So when we have to show that data, for example, just assume this is the data. So when you have in the data, you have some rows, okay? So some columns are available like age, gender, BMI, children, smoker, region, charger, like we have some column. I will show you in the tabular form, don't worry. Okay, so thing is, we have data in the some kind of format, right? So that's what I try to say here. So when we have a data in labeled based, we can work with the supervised learning algorithms. Okay, so usually what are the things will be available in the supervised learning? So I will give you some introduction about the algorithm, which are the algorithms will consider that. Okay, so these are the algorithms. We will look at all the things. One minute, I'll show you that algorithms only, not more. Okay, so let's look at this. This is what we are going to do in that. So here we have some fundamental algorithms. Okay, so this is what we are going to talk now. So when coming to talk about this kind of things, for example, sorry, coming to here, so you can look at that things like, when coming to the supervised learning, we have two things, regression and classification. In the regression, we will do that like, prediction concepts. Okay, so when coming to the classification, we will do classify, and then based on the class, we will predict it. Okay, so this is what the difference when it comes to the supervised learning. In the supervised learning, most of the data is the labeled information. When you have a labeled data, you will take a supervised learning technique. Suppose your data is not labeled information, it will be janky, like, no, it is like the data was not labeled means, so the data was not structured. It is what we can do. So we can go to work with the clustering. For example, I'm just telling, so customer segmentation, for usually when it comes to Amazon, Flipkart, those like, no, when coming to those kind of places, okay, so many people will be giving the review, and so many people will buying the different products, right? So now we need to understand customer categories, right? So for example, you take all over in India. So you just any state. For example, I'm from Tamil Nadu, so that's why I'm just taking Tamil Nadu. For example, so when coming to take metro city, that there is a people will having frequently buying the product. Okay, so there is some category people. So we can segment the customer wise. So like, see, these are the area people. Like when coming to that. That kind of places, based on the kind of places we can decide, so those people can be buying more product in online, so those kind of people not able to buy, so those frequently not able to buy the kind of electronical item, like we can segment the customer in. For example, another way also we can segment the customer in nation. For I'm telling about our nation. Okay, for example, in India, so usually when it comes to the India, it is very biggest market, right? So now we need to do that customer segmentation for our India. For example, so why all international companies, for example, you take all mobile companies, why they are focusing more on India? Because mostly that all people are buying electronical item from the India. So we are in the huge population, and all people need mobile phone. All people need electronical items. Samsung and Apple. So whatever like, companies, you can take them. So recently, what they are planned to do, so they are not giving charger, they are not giving some kind of items for the basic accessory for mobile phone. For that, what reason? They are making the business. Okay, so the thing is, they are doing the customer segmentation, then only they are deciding to that things. Okay, what they have done the customer segmentation in our nation, so those people have to eligible to buy more than 50K mobile phone if they are definitely buying 1,000 rupees, right? That is what the logic, right? So this is called comes under the clustering concept. So this is called comes under the clustering concept. This is called association rule. For example, when you are buying Apple phone, so just you assume you are paying 1 lakh 30,000 or something, you are paying that mobile phone. So just assume, are you unable to buy like, 2,000 rupees charger because it is a necessary for, right? So what I'm telling, so you are able to buy 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh mobile phone. So you can definitely able to buy 2,000 mobile phone charger, 2,000 rupees mobile phone charger, right? So this is what the logic, right? So this is the customer segmentation analysis actually. By that only they are doing the business. So this is what that way that customer segmentation it is helping. So like comes to that low end mobile phone, like we can call it under budget, like, below 20,000. So who people are like, who people knows about the below 20,000, who people are buying the mobile phone, they are giving the charger, they are giving that headphone. How it is possible? So when I'm buying for 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh mobile phone, I'm not having charger. So the thing is, logic is, if I able to buy the 1.5 lakh mobile phone, it's I can definitely buy a charger because it is a 2,000 only. But it comes to that, if I unable to buy it, so for me, I'm telling just for example, if for me, it is very difficult to buy the mobile phone. Okay, so I just plan to buy 20,000 below mobile phone. So just assume, so definitely I'm not ready to buy the charger. Okay, so this is the level of customer segmentation. So accordingly, they are launching the product. So in this technique, we can use clustering technique. So that is a call association rules. Okay, so there is some algorithms. I will keep tell you that we had tomorrow also to explain all algorithms. Okay, so when it comes to that another thing, semi and super, I mean, sorry, semi supervised learning. So which mean we can take like, clustering and classification both will come. Okay, so then reinforcement learning, I told you that the most of the self-driving car and real-based application, real-based real-time based detection, real-based decision making, most of the things will be used in the reinforcement learning. So these are the very basics. When comes to know about little applications about, when comes to use unsupervised learning, sorry, supervised learning, so I told you that there is a two technique, regression and classification. While you comes to talk about regression, you can see that some prediction based. For example, you want to find out which popular advertisement today it's going on. At the same time, we know that Twitter trending, YouTube trending, Instagram trending, like so many social media making some trending news, right? So how they are predicting which is the trended, which is not trended. So basically, they are using regression algorithm. Okay, so it helps to estimate that chance to become popular like that. Okay, so weather forecasting, market forecasting, like they can use regression algorithm. Then when it comes to the classification, so that is the identification for fraud. Then we do that image classification and some customer annotations, and we can use diagnostics. Like so many ways we can use the classification. I probably like to recommend the classification. Usually, when you are collecting some real-time based data, most of the places we can use classification. Okay? Yes. Yeah. When coming to that unsupervised learning, so that will be dimension detection and clustering. So thing is, when it comes to that unsupervised learning, so most of the data, I mean, not most of the data, so the data is not having labeled information. So that is very difficult to understanding. That is the reason we are going with the clustering. So you know what will we do the clustering? Clustering, it is similarity based. It will be divide the group of data, right? So that's what we can simply do it in clustering concept. And another thing, dimensionality reduction. Okay, so usually when you're looking at unstructured data, there is like so many dimensions. So we can take some useful dimension from the data. So for example, so just you have 10 lakh, I mean, just to assume you have a 12 columns, okay, 12 column of information, and then 10,000 rows of the data, just assume, but it is not labeled, it is a JSON file or Excel file or HTML file. These are the unstructured data. Okay, so when coming to here, I need to do analysis. So here I cannot take all my data, so I can select which is very relevant to myself. I can use dimension reduction. For example, when it comes to the big data visualization, big data, it is huge amount of data. We do not have to visualize all the data. We do not have take all the data to analyze, right? So that's why we need to take some selected data. So for that, we need to apply some techniques. So in that way, we can use dimensionality reductions. Okay, then so we can do meaningful comparison, structured discovery, like a feature explicitly, all the things will comes to unsupervised learning. And that is like we can comes to the clustering. Excuse me, 1 minute. Okay, sorry. So yeah, so this is just a small thing. Okay, sorry. Okay, fine. Thing is, let's go to the next one. So yeah, when coming to the classification technique, sorry, clustering technique, so we can do the recommendation system, we can do the target marketing, customer segmentation, all the things we can do. And when it comes to the reinforcement learning, I told you that it is entirely based on the real time. Okay, so this is the real time decision making, robot navigations, learning task, skill acquisition, game, AI game developments, all the location we can use reinforcement. So most of the real time places we will use the reinforcement learning techniques. Okay, so fine, so this is the enough. We will see all the things one by one. Okay, so we had another 2 days to complete this all. Okay, so we will see one by one all algorithms. Okay, so let's go with the today's supervised learning. So we will discuss about regression concept. We have 1 hour only to talk all the things. Okay, so tomorrow I will explain about classification and that. Okay, so I shared that link with you. Please download the link. So please kindly download all the links. Yeah. So I shared the data sets, right? So please download the data sets. So how many people download the data sets? Please, could you please text me? Yes, thank you. Yes, Yogesh Kabil sir, thank you for sharing that. So how many people download it? So you people are going to do what you want to learn from this entire FTP. I'm gonna give you now. So please. So yes, you just go to your WhatsApp group. So just go to your WhatsApp group. In your WhatsApp group, you have all the things. So I'll send it in the WhatsApp group. Please download everything from the WhatsApp group. And you can see in the chat as well as Yogesh Kabil sir were shared that link. So you can do parallelly. So we are going to do all the people like need to do this. Yeah, that is you can see in the uh, files in chat. Yeah, please download the data sets. Once you've done it, I can go to the next thing. Once done the download the data sets, you can just go to the case. Okay, actually it's add in the WhatsApp group. You can look at the thing in WhatsApp group. So I just note down that yes. I'll just send that WhatsApp. You can download that one. So please, once you done a download, I can go to the next thing. Okay. So yes, let's go to the next thing. Once you've done a download, okay. So I'll can access. If able to access, you can go with that because we are in the Microsoft team, right? So yes. So once done the download, what you need to do? So you need to do analysis now. So I'll just go with that. Yeah. So now we are going to talk about linear regression. So in that, here when it comes to the supervised learning, we have a two important technique. One is a regression. Second one is the classification. When it comes to the regression, we have two important basic fundamental concepts. So one is a simple linear regression. Second one is the two techniques we are going to see today. Okay, so these are the very fundamental as well as very important as well as. Okay, so because when you people from as a beginner, okay, you need to go with this. So usually I know that all other departments like mathematical professors are there, right? So you know very well in the mathematical. I'm not going to discuss in the mathematical aspect. We are going to discuss in based on the implementation aspect we are going to talk. Okay. So here now I'm just taking that linear regression concept. Okay, let's see that one by one what we need to do, what other things we need to do. Like I will tell you. So when it comes to here, yeah, please acknowledge me once you download the data sets. Okay. So let's see about regression today. So first thing we need to know what is regression. Little like no theory as well as I will take care. Okay. So don't worry. Most of the things will be based on the codings only. Okay. So when coming to know about that things. Yeah, please acknowledge me. I need to go to that development part. So please. Okay, so when coming to the regression, you know that this is comes under the supervised learning. We know very well. Okay, usually when comes to the linear regression, I know that everyone very basic fundamental. Okay, here we need to have. So when you are implementing linear regression model, yes, when you are implementing the linear regression model, you need to evaluate as well, right? So we need to use some techniques to evaluate the model. Okay, so yes. Yeah. So we need to evaluate model as well as right. So when you comes to the evaluate model, we are going to use the two things. Okay. So we are going to use with the two kind of techniques. One is the OLS, that is ordinary least square method, and mean square error method. Okay. So these are the two principles we will apply on the regression concepts. That's all. Okay. So apart from that, we will go with that hypothesis representation as well as. So usually, you know that formula and all. So I don't want to talk more about that theory. So that's why I'm just take care that little. Okay. So when it comes to talk about hypothesis representation, so that is also will comes to like based on that 1 minute. I'll just give an is there. When it comes to talk about hypothesis representations, okay. So we have a future xi to denote that y. So it is denoting that dependent variable, right? So this is the this is the way we will represent it. Okay. So here most of the things will be represented in the m. Okay, so that's also we will given that we will have that m. So like we will have a m. So in that category you can see that the trainings also will be having the m. So here you can see that hypothesis representation. In that aspect we can show it. So usually this is what very difficult to make it in formula here. So anyway, I will give you that formula and try to understandable formula. Yeah, this is what I just written that. So actually these are the theta and this is the value for 0. Okay. So this is the theta and this is the 1. So in that kind of way, I'm just given that. Okay. So this is the xi. So, okay, so these are the denoted that xi, it is always denoted the independent variable. So yi is the denoting that dependent variable. We know that while you are making simple linear regression, so always X will be a feature, that is mean independent variable. Y always dependent variable to give a result. Okay, so this is what the basic concepts you know very well. So anyway, so this is the way we can represent the hypothesis. Okay, so when coming to the implementation part, so we need to import some package whenever you want to implement any algorithm. So we need to import some library. So the first step 1, please everyone need to do import the library. So you cannot go with the very fundamental. Fundamental will help to support learn what it is. But I recommend the personally you need to go with the application, right? So now we are learn from the application. So we do not have the time to teach each and every packages. Okay, now we are going with that problem based. Okay, so when it comes to here, before we go into that, so we need to understand that what is the problem, what we are going to do. So we have some personal data. So for example, we have the data is called medical. So we are using the data set. Okay, so data sets. Okay. So from this data set, I'm just going to explain what we are going to do now. Okay. So when coming to here, we have some data sets. Accordingly, that we are going to execute. So I will explain what are the things we are doing that. Okay. So yeah. So first thing, I need to import my libraries. Okay. So what are the libraries we need to import? So import. Okay, so I am just going to import pandas. So why we need to use pandas library? Any idea? Why we need to use pandas library? Any idea? Any idea? So this is for doing data manipulations. So when you need to fetch some data from your computer, or when you need to do some analysis in the data, okay, so or manipulate, which means retrieve or store or some edit work, all the things will comes to pandas library. Okay, so second library, we need to import that NumPy. So that is also, why we need to use NumPy. So do you have any idea about NumPy? So could you please text me that parallelly what you people understood? Yes. Yeah, yes. When you need to do that any mathematical numerical calculations. Okay, so when you need to do numerical calculations, the second thing we need to import matplot. You know this, I think matplot. Suppose you are not knowing that full package continuity, so you just make it tab, you will get so many idea. Okay, so for example, I'll just make it matplot. Then I need to use pyplot. That's all. So this is for what? This is for making data visualization. You know that. So it is name itself they have visualization. Okay, so second thing I'm just going to go with that another important package, Seaborn. So this is the one of the library for making data visualization. SESNS. Okay, so this is also will helps to do visualization. Fine. So these are the very fundamental process when it comes to implement the codes. Okay, so next thing. So I told you that we are going with some data visualization also, right? So here we need to do some basic things. Okay, what other basic things we need to do here? I'm setting some sizes for my pictures. Okay, so usually when it comes to here, I have some codes already. So I did. Okay, so this is what PLT RC parameters. Okay, so this is what make fix the size for the each and every pictures. Okay, so then I'll just given that all that RC parameters. Okay, so that will be supporting for creating the plots. Okay, so this is the basic library you need to do. So like I will send that codes with you. Okay, you can also same codes. Please load this code. I'll send it in the chat. Once you done the code, please like me or acknowledge me when you complete the code. Okay, so just copy paste it. Okay, don't worry about anything, just copy paste it. So okay, fine. So these are the very fundamental step whenever we start to whenever we need to start any program, we need to go with the thing, basic library. What is the next step? What is the actual life cycle for the machine learning? So basically when it comes to the machine learning cycle, or we can call it a process. Okay, or we can call it a process. First step, we need to gather the data. Before that, we need to know the problem statement. Thing it's gather the data, which means load the data. Okay, so third thing, do the EDA analysis. Okay, fourth thing, feature scaling, all the things will come under the EDA. And fourth thing, fit the machine learning model. So fifth one, we do evaluation. Or we can call it here training split and all that. So many things are come. So I want to give you in short form. So okay, fine. So this is what the first step we completed. In the second step, we need to do load the data sets. Okay, we need to load the data sets. We need to load the data sets. Usually when it comes to, I send it in the datas in the WhatsApp group, right? So you can look at that WhatsApp group. So you have, right? So you just download the data sets. Okay. So this is your data set, right? So when you are clicking on the data sets, it is automatically download on your downloads. Okay. So now I need to I need to upload your data sets on here. So what you need to do for loading the data sets, I'm using pandas library, right? So for that, what I can do here, I can use the uh, keyword to load that. Okay. So for example, how I'm loading that. So df you code pd dot read. So usually when it comes to talk about this pandas library, it will be supporting to read so many files, clipboard, Excel, Feather, like HTML file, JSON file, even that you are working with the big data, you can use HDFC file, and you have so many format it will be supporting. to read XML. Suppose you have some SQL data, you can go to read the SQL file, SQL queries, all the things it can be read. But I have in the CSV file format. Okay, my file in the CSV format. That's all. So that's all. So usually where it is in the download, you can go to Z drive. Okay, so you can go to the C drive. You can go to downloads. Okay, fine. And usually when it is down, where it is download, you need to find out. Okay. Okay, so then you can go to that OneDrive or something. So yes, there is a download, right? So here you can find out your file. Okay, so there is file is called, what is that? Insurance. Yes, insurance or something, right? That's all. So this is the way you can load your data sets. Okay, so then you can show your data set. Okay, before you showing the data set, you can view it all the things. Like I plan to view my data sets in this accordingly. So like, I plan to view my data sets column, say, okay, how many rows and how many columns are there, I want to know. Then again, I like to print my data sets. Okay, so usually what is the reason I'm using for head? It will be supporting to visible or make to visible that all my data sets. I'm running this. So usually in my data sets, I have nearly 1,338 rows I have and 7 columns I have. So this is what the meaning. So you can also run the code. Okay, you will get same idea about this. So yeah, please parallelly run. So yeah, I get that acknowledgement. So please, once you've done the code, please acknowledge me. And the same way you can apply for your algorithms. Whatever data sets you have, you can make it by this technique. You can get so many ideas. Okay, and this is my GitHub. Okay, so yeah, I will send my GitHub link as well as, okay, whatever codes I'm doing for you, can get it from me. Okay, so actually I'm just developed for you separately. I'm not at upload the data sets. Okay, I'm not at upload any coding still. Okay, I will definitely upload all the programming once I complete all the things. Okay, you can visit there also. Suppose other things you want to know from me. Okay, you can visit that. Yes, you can visit the, yeah. So you can visit so many files are there. 1 minute, I'll just show you that so many codes we have. Okay, you can look at all the things and you can get it all the things. Yes, there is a repositories. Okay, so I will show you that repositories. Yeah, so this is also like, it is mine. So you can just refer the site and you will get so many ideas about all the things, all other techniques as well as, okay, like analysis and all the things. Okay, so whichever I'm talking to you, all the things it will be in the my desk. Okay, so you can just look at all the things. Okay, anyway, so once you complete it, please acknowledge me. I can go to the next one, sir, please. So once you loaded your data sets, please let me know. If you're facing any problem on loading data sets, please let me know. I can help you on that. So do you have any doubts on loading data sets? How many people, how many faculty trying this? How many faculties were trying this? So before that, all our things like you looked at from yesterday to till now. So all are very basics. Now we are working with that real application. So like you are collecting some data. So in that same data, you want to apply your techniques. Okay, you can follow the same thing. Yeah, yes, sure, sure. Yeah, don't worry, sir. Just you do copy paste. Okay, don't worry. You do copy paste all the codings. I send it in the chat. Okay, so don't worry about all the things. So if whichever codings you need, so just tell me, I will share it. So this is the second step. Okay, So I'm not telling what kind of techniques I'm going to use, right? So I have a small idea here, okay? So we have something to understand here, okay? What we can understand from here, let's see that actually. So when it comes to seeing all the data, okay, when you are looking the data sets, okay, so what we are looking on our data sets, now we can see that import data sets fine. So that is like no this many rows and columns, right? So when you are looking here, so there is some independent data, there is some darker data, right? So here we can look at all the things, we can decide which may be a target, which may be a independent or a dependent variable, like we can decide it here. Usually when it comes to here, there is like no target variable is the charge, okay? So mostly when it comes to here, so what is the cost for each and every like no what is the charge it is for each like no things, okay? So this is what we can make it here as the target one, okay? Then other variable, other things, age, sex and BMI, children's, like smoker, regions, all other data is the independent variable, all other is the independent variable, okay? So then there is the thing is we can come to conclusion there is multiple linear, multiple independent variable we have, multiple independent variable we have. So we can need to decide what model we can implement. So thing is, suppose you have a two columns, for example, you have PMI and you have only charge. So now you have a two columns, okay? So by that you can decide this is the simple linear regression. Suppose you have a features more than one, like you have a sex and BMI, so you can decide this is the linear multiple linear regression, okay? So you can come to the conclusion, so based on that features, based on the independent features, okay? So based on that you are deciding so what kind of algorithm we need to select it, okay? So we selected the multiple linear regression, okay? So why I'm not covering that simple linear regression, it is simple one, so that is the reason I'm not covering. So it is only one line statement to implement all the things, okay? So I will give you that laterly about that. So we need to learn something useful, okay? That is the reason I'm not talking about linear regression. Anyway, I give us some reference to look at that all the things, okay? So anyway, no problem. So this is for the simple one, okay? So did you have any doubts in the doubt? Do you have any doubts to selecting algorithm? So for example, I had a data. So from the data, I decided which algorithm I want to use. So I decided I have the target variable charge. Okay, so I have other feature as well as. So that feature is more than 6. Okay, so which means 7 features are there, I think. Okay, in this 6 features. Okay, sorry, it is in the 6 features. Okay, now I can come to the conclusion there is a 6 features. So I can decide this is the multiple linear regression because for this charge, multiple factor or supporting, right? That is the main reason I decided it is a multiple linear regression. Okay. So you have any doubt, you can tell me. I can clear about this part. Okay. So yeah. So once you complete this part, we can go to the next one. So okay. Once you complete this part, we can go to the next one. Okay, what is the next thing? So usually I have so many calculations. Okay, so this is what I will form the hypothesis here. Okay, so this is the basically when it comes to talk about hypothesis function. Okay, so because it is to explain. This is the looks like a hypothesis functions. Okay, so this is the hypothesis. Okay, this is the theta 0 plus theta 1. I take age and I take another feature. I take another feature. I take another feature. I take another feature and then region another feature. Okay, so these all other features I taken as a xi feature. Okay, so this is what I form the hypothesis. In the similar way, you can form so many hypotheses. Okay, fine. So when it comes to here, I'll just and when it comes to that, another thing, so we have to know matrix formulation. So when it comes to making some problem solving on based on the multiple linear regression, we need to know matrix formulation, how the matrix will having multiplication sum, like we need to know because it was very important concept. Okay, just I'm giving information, so nothing more than that. Okay, so let's comes to here. I'll just plan to do for, okay, I plan to for we do that we plan to do visualize, like what is the purpose we will fit the line. So we are using CPON library. It is a new library, right? So we are using CPON library, right? So we are using CPON library. So I'm just use that CPON library, and only like I'll do plan to like visualize all my data. Okay, using CPON library, I plan to visualize all my data. Okay, so let's see that. So what I do here, okay, simply I write code. Okay, I simply write that code. Okay, so because we do not have long time to write all my codes, I built all the things. I simply giving that as a simple form. So I just use that SNS package because SNS is the keyword for invoking CPON library. So that is I'm using. So linear like no LM plots. So then I'll just given X and Y. So there is a two thing, PMI and charges. Okay, so this is what two things I just given. I'll just going to form the linear line. Okay, so here we can have the data. So that is what data we have. I simply implemented that TF aspect. We are going with the 2 and height is the 6. Okay, so what I'm telling here, so we simply make the plot. Okay, so for that plot I'll just make it some names as well as. So I'll, for example, when it comes to the X label, I'm giving that it is a body mass index, and I'll just given that Y label, it is cost for the insurance charge. Okay, so that is called dependent variable. That is the like no output variable. So then that is like we are giving the title is charges PMI. That's all. I'll, it was simple to make a data visualization. So this is what that insurance charge as per that in like as per that dependent variable. So here we have some data. So that is body mass index, that is as per that independent variable. So that where we formed it the linear regression line. Okay, so this is what simple one. Okay, so we are not at comes to the machine learning, just we are making that understanding, that's all. Okay, here we need to know another one thing. Actually we need to know another two things. Actually one is the cost function. Okay, another one is the normal equations. Okay, so I will give you another definition when it comes to talk about that. Okay, so we are coming almost to the EDA analysis. Okay, so EDA analysis, right? So and according to that EDA analysis, you can look at that here. Okay, you can see that EDA analysis. So that is my EDA analysis. You can look at once you are not able to understand all the things, you can look at that things. You will get so many idea about that. Okay. So when it comes to that part, okay. So here when it comes to that step 3, okay, in the EDA analysis, what we are doing, TF describe. Okay. So this is the basic command to do that describe. Okay. So this could be helps to do understand our data. Okay. So whenever data is in the sorry. So which data in the numerical form, all the data will be make it as a normal statistical analysis. So what are the statistical analysis we can do? We can do the mean, standard deviation, and min max and quartile values, like we can find out. That's all. Okay, so this is what the basic understanding about all my data. So here we can understand all my rows and columns. In the age, I have the standard deviation. These are the things. Okay, and BMI, and then children's like charges. I have some differentiation, right? So then minimum value and maximum values also I can find out. I can find out first quarter mean, second quarter mean, third quarter mean. Like I can understand all the things. Okay, so this is the full mean. Okay, so these are the basic idea to do start with the EDA analysis. Okay, I think I'm not share this code. Please try this code. It could be easy for you. So then once you done that process, you are doing that EDA analysis, right? So you can do with this EDA analysis that what you need to do. So after that EDA analysis, what you can do, you can go to the next level. So we need to checking the missing values. Okay, so usually when it comes to checking the missing value, so for okay, checking when it comes to checking the missing value, it is simple code. Usually we will check the missing values using this null. For example, I'll just use TF. This is the command which I can use to find out whether the data is having null value. So this is the true. This is the way we will check. Otherwise, we will go to sum as well as. This is the another way we can check the missing values. Okay, so by this we can find out one thing. there is no any missing values. But if you want to make data visualization, that is also you can do. How you can do? So I'll just make it the figure size. Don't want to write all the codes because it will take long time. So you can also use the simple tricks to find out the missing values. And when you are using this one, okay. So next thing, I'll just creating heat map. So how to create the heat map? So many people having the doubts. SNS dot heat. That's all. So then you can give tf dot this tab. Okay. So then and I'll just make it false. Just make it C like no app types. There are some types as well as you can check it in the properties. Okay, you can go to C1 library and then you can see that the C maps, what are the types are there. Okay, white tick. That's all. Then finally you can make it a label also blt dot title. I'll just title you can give your name whatever you need to tell. Okay, so the we are doing it the at the missing values. So if suppose you have any missing values, you will find out that without some pause, like no some kind of like no uh, heat map can be raised on the particular column. Okay, so that's all. Okay, so I'll share it this code also. Please try this. Okay, so please acknowledge me how many. It is simple one to do. Okay, so this is the very fundamental to with all the things. So once you've done all the things, you will get so many idea about this. Okay, so when it comes to here, I'll just take in that there is like yeah, there is no any missing values. Okay, I'll just go with that next one. So I'm just going to create small plot. Okay, so for making understanding, so I'll just do the correlation. So correlation concept is the very important in the PDA analysis. Correlation plot, how can create? So correlation is very simple. So this is the way we can do that correlation usually. So that's all. We can make it the correlation for all my data. So usually when you are doing the correlation, it will be giving some relationship between the each and every features, right? So this is what we can simply make it in this table form, but we need to make it something better in the graphical mode. How we can make it plot, right? So you can simply do it in this way. So I'll just make it in the tf.co or correlation, and then I'll just make it sns.heatmap. Okay, so here I'm just giving that correlation, and then I'll just make it CMap. So whatever style you need, I told you that you can look at so many styles is there to give annotation. Also true. That's all. I'll just make it that. So it is simply created that. Okay. So this way also you can create same correlation map. Okay. So you can go on this. You can simply implement that. Okay, fine. So next thing, so we need to do that like among that there is like no when you are looking the data, when you are looking the data, by this also you can understand one thing. Okay, so we are not having no correlation among the values. Okay, there is no strong correlation among the values. Okay, so this is what we can find out. Okay, from this what we find out. So we are not able to find out there is correlation. So next thing what we plan to do, so we plan to do another kind of chart. Okay, so I simply make it that plot because all the course. Okay, so this is the the way of plot. So we're just doing the distribution of insulin charge and distribution of insulin charge in the scale based. Okay, so this is what the two plots I plan to create. So when coming to understand one thing, I plan to create the two plots in one place. Okay, I'm going to create the two plot in one place. So that is the reason I just added subplots. Okay, so that is the reason I added subplots. So when it comes to use the subplots, okay, so we need to give that subplot formation also. Like I given that 1 to 1 and 1 to 2. So this 2 will be measuring that second plot. Okay, so let's see that you will get some understanding. So usually when we are developing this is the basic understanding thing. So because I'll just take my data, then simply I'll just made it. Okay, so in first thing, I'll just take a charge. In the second plot, I'll just taken the charges of log 10. Okay, so this is the basic mathematical calculation. You can also do this. Okay, while you are done this code, you will get some idea about all. Okay, so I will send it that way also. You can do that. Then comes to here, you can find out that thing. Okay, so when we are looking the plot, so there is the charges in the various form, nearly 1122, 1122. Okay, so it's 1122. You can find out nearly 6035 nearly. So it is more than 6,000, right? So this is what I'm telling. Okay, so here we can create the plot. Is called a right named thing. Okay, so this is the right named technique, and you have to go with this one. This one that when it comes to that next one. So that right plot we will apply that natural law this one. Okay, so when it comes to here the plot nearly approximately trends that to normal form. Okay, so this is what I mean. Actually, this is my data. So in my data of the charge, okay, when I make it in the data distribution, it just looks in the right sleeved. Okay, so now I can understand I need to solve this problem. So what I do, I apply the insurance into log scale. When I'm applying that insurance into log scale for doing that normal distribution, so I can find out that the data was normally distributed after doing the log scale. Okay, so that is the thing I did here. Okay, so that's how now you are getting some data. So by that you can do next analysis. So this is what interesting one. These are the very basic and you can also do it. But here we have another thing. So we are doing another techniques we are applied here. So we want to categorical data. So when it comes to talk about the categorical data, we have a 6, right? So there is a smoker also. So according to that, I'll just make it that same kind. While you are making this, you will have a beautiful image. So all this kind of images will comes from the Seaborn library. From the Seaborn library, right? So when you are looking here, so there is look that violent plots. Okay, this is called violent plot. Okay, so here it is for this side and here it is for the smokers. While you are looking here, I'll just take the data x and y. So x is this x and y is the charges. Okay, so in the next plot, I'll just make it smoker and y is the charge. According to that, I formed all the things. Okay, so this y is all these charges and x is the categorical variable. Accordingly, that I will show all my data. Okay, so when it comes to here in the first left of the plot, so we can find out some male and female, right? So here it is same range we can find out. So in that average nearly 5,000, like nearly this range. Okay, so nearly that range we can find out that average. Okay, so more than that we will find out that abnormal things, right? So this is the comes to that right plot. Okay, so there is some insurance charges, right? So there is a insurance charges like in that y-axis I'm telling. Okay, so when you are looking that, so here we have some average notes nearly to that different range for the no smoker and smokers, right? Nearly that 6,000, and this will be comes to 3,000, 30,000 or something. Okay, so in accordingly we can look at, right? So that's all. So when it comes to that next one, we need to have some fox plot because we need to understand outliers. Okay, so we need to understand some outliers. At fox plot, it is very simple. This is the function to make a fox plot. Okay, you can just simply run this, get that idea about that. Okay, so you can simply get that idea about that. So when it comes to here, I'll just run this code. I'll just create the fox plot here. I can understand that how many outlier data are there. So most of the lines, like now you have a quarter line. So you have a quarter every places, right? So in apart from that quarter line, you have find out so many data, right? So these all my data will be. So this all my data will be considered the outlier data. Okay, so these all my data will be considered as outlier data. So when you are making some finding mean and average, and when we have the data, so without finding outlier or without removing that outlier, we will impact on average, or we will like no, it will be impacting on the accuracy, right? So that is the reason we find out the outliers. So actually, I'll just make it the particular for the charges with the children. Okay, so that's all. You can so it will be simple idea to do, okay, for making fast class. Okay, once you've done it, so we can go to group by. So if I do that another technique, I plan to group by. That is the mean and maximum, right? So accordingly, I plan to group by that all my data. I'll just create a min and max. Okay, min and max. Okay, then I'll just take in all my children's data. Okay, so accordingly that I'll just make it all my data. Here I have all min and all max. Okay, so accordingly I'll just make it. So here I'll just making for the same data. I'll just create the violin plot. Okay, so it was simple to make that violin plot. Okay, so we can use violin plot. That's all. This is the function to make. So other than that, the property you need to give x and you need to give that y. So if you want to make it that huge, that's a gift will be supporting for making that this one. Okay, so this is new, and you can give what data you want to make it, and then what kind of style you need to follow, like you can give it. So that's all. So here you need to give that violin plot, right? So you can see the data. So from this data, you can understand that data will becomes near to from that bottom to here, it's nearly that 40,000, 45, or like no, nearly 55,000 it will become. Okay, so these are the things to make a data observation. So after completing this, you want to okay, so you need to do all algorithms, like you want to build machine learning or deep learning or another any like no algorithm you want to implement based on that all concepts. You need to follow this all the steps. It is mandatory. Okay, so because then only you can understand that all about data sets. Okay, so now I simply implement that another plot. Okay, so based on that charge is age and that charge is PMI. Okay, so accordingly I just made it in the two class. You can see all my data. So, okay, so there is a charge, like incident charge. Accordingly that I'll show my data. So here it is like given age wise. So these are the age wise. It is keep increasing, and then this is also age wise. It is keep increasing. And according to that all my data, you can see that. Okay, so there is a smoker and there is no smoker, right? While you are looking that dot in like no like violet color, so it's are in the smoke, and then that is a regular or not smoker. So mostly those people having in this quantum, so all the people are not smokers, right? So according to that, you are following it all the things are okay. In second thing also you can do that plots of the charger is PMI. Okay, so here you can find it.